Alright, well let's begin unpacking. Humble. Oh my god, hi. Pack the unpacked. That is indeed what we're gonna do. Alright, Bunker, hopefully you're what happened? Damn, so many languages, but no Danish. Wait, what? Controller only. No, just give me the TV. Oh, Danish. Exactly. Allow items anywhere. Oh, okay, no. Yeah, what the fuck? Where's my Danish? I want my circle cooler language. Oh damn. So you know this game in and out basically. Actually, press my sugar cooler language. Oh my god, it works. Park. We're back in business. The red book. This book belongs to... Who does it belong to? Steven Seagal. Leo. You know what? We'll go with Leo. We haven't used that for anything ever. Wait, was that save files I was picking? Oh, in that case, I wanted the blue one. 1997. I wasn't even born. 2 years before I was born. Affordable. That obviously goes next to the pillow. A backpack. Belongs in the ground. You weren't even close to being born, you were super. You're super because you go fast. Super fast death. Put that here. Yo, what is this called? Is it just called a measuring stick or something? Is it just that basic? What is the name of this thing? I think it is just called a measuring stick, right? Oh, a diary. One of those 2-year-olds who play Minecraft. Man, I can't fit everything on here. That's a ruler? Wait, that's what it's called? There is something called a measuring stick, right? I'm not just high. This is a ruler? Why is it called a ruler? Oh my god, why do I have so many books? I can't fit them all on the table. Can I open this? Oh, I can. Is that a horse? Oh yeah, I just sleep with my painting, of course. Means a stick that's measuring, which is a ruler. Yeah, but you can call it a measuring stick too, right? Measuring stick is like just another word you can call it, right? Oh, I can move up. Yeah, put that next to my face. Hey, how do I do that? By just clicking on it again? If actually, I feel like you probably can't do that. Not right now because it's the first level. Maybe not. Piggy. Yo, it makes coin noises. You don't know who. Maybe I'm just the only one that calls it a measuring stick, I guess. Yeah, I sleep with a football, don't you? Don't everyone sleep with a football? What is this? It's another book. What is this? What is this? Is that like board game? You sleep with a football? Do you even play footy? No. Haven't played football in a million years. Wait, did it just make a sound? Lie detect the game. I've seen this before. I just don't remember how it works, but yeah, it's like something like that, yeah. You get like asked a question or something, and then you have to press your call and then answer something. I don't know. Leo, you play DBD so much. I don't even know you go outside. You know what? You got that pretty spot on. I don't got time to go outside. DBD's more important. What is this device? Is that thing that you put like a wire around or whatever? Then you spin it? That's a baby toy. Why do I have a baby toy? How old am I? I know what that is. That is a Rubik's circle. Yo, I could solve it? Hey, that's sick. Oh, we're 7. What is this? A board game, I think. Puzzle? Can I stack it? I can. Another book. Is that a washing machine? Is this how to do laundry? A scissor. And a eraser. Yo, a dragon toy. Plushie. Is this a poster? Doggo unicorn. You know what? Swap these around. A gigantic eraser? It is. I've had an eraser this big, and well, geez, you're never gonna fucking erase it. You're never gonna erase the eraser. There's so much of it. Hey, man. If you make gigantic mistakes, then you need a gigantic eraser. Oh my god, another book. This looks like a scary book, Dracula. Another one. Facebook. A Game Boy. Can I put it under my pillow? Yo, I can! Gotta be gaming during nighttime, you know? At night. Gotta hide the Game Boy from mom. Kitty. An octopus book. Is it nighttime yet? I'm asleep with my football and my dragon. And kitty toy. While hiding my Game Boy. Alright, I can open this too. Yeah, put the... and erase it down here. I did. See? Gotta hide it so you can game at nighttime. Yeah. The mom doesn't see you. Oh my god, that sounds like a mess. Boxy. Sounds like a big mess. Camera. What the fuck is happening? Make some memories. Solve a puzzle. Wait, what am I doing? Is this a sticker? Oh, is this photo mode? I think this is photo mode, right? Yeah, it is. A flashlight. Another book. A bus. X equals F. Usually, yeah. And oh, dude, it's a book about cheeseburger. Look. Putting the cheeseburger book right here. Oh, Jesus. Hi, cheeseburger. Yeah, that's you. Look at you. It's your book. Please make him like a bookshelf. What I can't. I wanted to make him like a bookshelf here, but I can't. Forcing me to put him down. Like this. The only way I can make him like a bookshelf is over here. But I don't want to do that. Pepe! Why can't I put him on the pillow? Horsey. Superhero. Right next to the bus. Baroque. Yeah, it bothers me too that I can't put them standing up. They have to lay down for the reason. I've had this for a while on PlayStation. Another horsey. Oh, dude, is this thing? I forget what these are called. It's a Tamagotchi. Oh. What, these terrified you or something? As a kid? Hey, not gonna lie, when I saw them as a little, when I was little, they kind of creeped me out too. Aren't they like Danish or something too, I think? But they like always creep me out. But they looked strange. Oh, they're just called trolls. Oh no. What did that do? That doesn't sound very good. But yeah, it's probably a good idea for you to take a little nap before school. You have some energy. Yo, it's a cool duck. It makes duck noises. Yep, go take a nap while Scooby, he's watching over you. His binoculars. Piggy. Piggy's too fat. Maybe I should get rid of the football. Oh, he can't sit sideways. Nah, he's just making sure you're, you know, comfy. That your sleep isn't disrupted. Keep packing those boxes. You got it, Def. Hashtag keep packing. Oh, picture of Piggy. Hashtag keep packing. I'm gonna put it in here, but we can't see it. No, wait, we're unpacking. Don't pack, you'll be fine. Panic. Don't pack. I'm gonna stop putting everything inside the box again. The radio. Put that on my bed, of course. Man, now I gotta rearrange all this. Should undo your work as fuck you. What the hell is this? Oh, it's cassette tapes. Cause fuck 'em. You fired me? I know, this is what you get for firing me. Get fucked. Actually, I feel like they should be in here, the cassette tapes. Elephant book. Another spooky book. Wait, what do you want me to do with the book? Oh, wait. What? So these are the challenges? Wait, how do I look at the challenges? This? Oh, it doesn't really give you anything. Stop! Get me back here. It says all closing tasks to undo the fucking 5-hit. 5-hit thinking. How do I open the book? Help. What do you want me to do with the book? Stay back. I mean, yeah, it does have a key. Do I have a switch I can open it? It's just... Oh wait, is it just saying it's misplaced? I think that's what it's saying. Stay back, I will shoot open your diary. Whenever we have a book with a massive hole in it. Whatever was in it, we can't even read it. Hey, yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. I said I just wanted to open it. Never said I wanted to read it. Oh, gotta be more specific next time. Unreadable. What? Where do you want the book? Does I want the book in here? Oh. That's a terrible photo. You can't even see the bed. Finally, my own room. What the fuck? We're in 2004? That's quick. L1. Yo, we got our own apartment now. Got this gamer PC. This is old school. What do we got in here? Is that a newspaper? This is a mouse pad? Oh wait, there's boxes here too. Wait, what the fuck is this? Is this some newspaper? I don't know. What else is in here? Book? Another book? Coloring set? Oh, that gaming right there, you know, right? It's fucking high end. Thing's ready for that new 4090. What is all this shit? Why do I have this? Oh, it's a poster. Not a newspaper. Oh, the book. Just the PC? Hey, look at this gaming setup. God damn. It's a drawing. Oh.
I ought to fucking kill you right now, boy. I don't think so. Yeah, maybe not right now.
I don't think so. Yeah, maybe not right now. Maybe not right now, Steven. We're busy unpacking here. You know what? That's what I was thinking, but I didn't want to say anything. I didn't want to say anything. Yeah, it's a perfect sound effect for this game. Fits like a glove. I should have fucking kill you right now, boy. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, maybe not right now. Oh, it's Piggy again. To this family-friendly game. Wait, why is the toothbrush here? Why did it get mixed up with that? This belongs to the bathroom. Yes, what better place to place my toothbrush? Oh, it's Piggy's toothbrush? Oh. Well, here's your toothpaste. It feels gross, man. Yeah, that's fucking disgusting. Right on top of the toilet. Oh, man. It's got all sorts of germs on it now. Just... Here you go, Piggy. This is yours, right? Yo, it's this thing. What? Can fucking make him dab? Strike a pose. That's not realistic. Dabbing wasn't a thing in 2004. Oh, yo, I used to have one of these. These were so fucking heavy. This shelf just collapses. Is this pants? I think this is pants. It's just... Ah, yeah, I bought my one singular favorite shoe with me to my new apartment. A singular shoe. Yes. It's 2004 in the game. Can I put it in here? There you go, as I always put my shoes. Just like the car park. I was about to boot up Half-Life. What is this? Yeah, what is this? Like a kids thing? Toys thing? Oh, maybe it's CDs. It might be CDs. That masterpiece, Half-Life Trilogy. Jesus Christ. 2004? More like 20,004. Another shoe. Why did I put the one shoe in there? That's a bra. Goes here. Another bra. Another bra. That poster. Poster. No, refrigerators is still broken, rip. Yeah. No refrigerators today. Twitch hates refrigerators, apparently. Why do I put this poster? It looks weird that it's just above this painting, doesn't it? Can I close this? Nope. Slam. Hey, my Game Boy hiding under the fucking pillow. That way we can play. That way we can game the Game Boy at nighttime without mom spotting us. Oh, yo, it's the cat. Notebook. No, the eraser. See that for now. Oh, it's the Pokédex of Digimon. I was about to ask, what is that? I have never seen Digimon, like the show. I know nothing about it. What is this thing? Does this say... Is this an LP holder case? Stolen from Luigi. I don't know what this is. This is underwear? This is underwear. Oh, underwear? Man, they have folded so nice and neatly, they barely take up any space. I wish I could fold my underwear like that. There's essential bedroom items. A fucking microwave. Let's go. Right next to the PC. Yeah. Toast some bread while I'm sitting here gaming. Of course. At the bedroom toaster. Essential item right there. Cannot be without the bedroom toaster. Because I mean, yeah, you never know when you're gonna make. You never know when you're gonna wake up in the middle of the night and cold sweat and be like, oh god, no, I could really do with a toast right now. Oh yeah, I get your PS4. You know, boot up your PS4, boot up DVD. Give it like 30 seconds and you're good to go. And yeah, no, I didn't get that reference. Oh, it's the Rubik's Cube. Easy 5 hit. Luigi's Mansion. I had a feeling it was from there. But I've never played Luigi's Mansion. Dance. Who's this? It's a monkey. I thought it was a person. More pencils. I guess I could put the pencils over here. Fucking toast. More books. A mouse. Is that another shirt? Oh no, it's just a mouse pad. It's called the Exterminator. No, wait, no. Not that kind of mouse. Oh, it's the measuring stick again. They don't have room for this. Put it over here. I guess next to the pencils. The journal. I would like to have the journal on the desk, but there's already a toaster, so we got no room, unfortunately. Another book. Oh, backpack. This is the kitchen, right? Oops. Yeah. iPod. More shirts. More pants. Rachel Amber. Because of the red shirt here. That reference I got. Hey, it's a piggy bank. Yeah, put him next to the toaster. Yep. Imagine. This game secretly turns out to be a Life is Strange prequel. You play as Rach. Hey, a little action figure. Yo, we still have our football? Oh, he just... Wait, what? Nah, there's no way this turns out to be a fucking Life is Strange prequel. There's no way. Why do I put the football? I guess up here? Oh, wait. Once we get rid of this, we got more space. Hold on. Yo, that is a nice shirt. I want to hang that up. A hoodie? Oh, I want to hang that up too. Another shirt. So many shirts. Why don't we have more of these? What are these called? Hangers, I think, yeah? We need more hangers, dude. What is this? Looks fancy. Hey, a little bus. Eiffel Tower. Pajamas. Pajama pants. Shit. That's a... Where's the other shoe? By her older sister. Really? That's true? I don't remember that. But you're probably right. By her older sister. And then we turn out to also have a sister in this. An older sister. Toilet paper! What are you using that for? Why is that next to your computer? Didn't put it there. It's for the toaster, of course. It's for when you're making toast. Oh, right, the eraser. It's only room for the journal. Shit. Why do you have to have so many books? Run out of room here. guess here. Cool shit. Reading. Which champ I know, right? But I mean, I guess it is 2004. Yeah. More time to, like, yeah. Reading was a lot more popular back then. Compared to now, everyone's just on the internet. Get with the times. Oh, wait, hold on. It is 2004. Whoops. This underwear here. So finally you're live. Somehow, yeah, I managed to go live even though Twitch is having issues. No, right, it's not normal. Which I travel covers blown. Monka? Foxy was a time traveler this whole time. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. We're still 2004 over here. I mean, just look. Got our Game Boy, we got an iPod, or PC, ready to play some Half-Life. It's about to release soon. Probably not going to be that good, but it's probably only going to be decent. I can't imagine it's going to be anything particular special. The hell did that go? What is this? A towel? Soap? A smiley cup? I think that's the thing you use for your teeth. Yeah, I don't know what it's called. Perfume, brush. A med kit. Another bra. But I don't have teeth. I don't know. Wait, hold on. So what? Oh, I don't have teeth, so I don't know. The hell is this? I think it's tampons. Another one of these. More toilet paper. More toilet paper. A massive towel. Where do I put the other towel then? Just, oh, wait. Put the tiny towel on the door. Your massive towel. Are these also called tampons? I think so, right? Shit. Oh, they're just called pads. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Which is a tiny trash can? Yes, of course, a frying pan from my bathroom. I always cook food in my bathtub, of course. What else? What? Ah, you can't close it because... Oh, wow, that's great. I guess I'll just put that here. I don't think I can. Put it there. That is hilarious. I like that. I bet you shower naked, you slut. How dare you? I've always found that one funny. I guess we'll just put it like that. Look at my shoes in the sink. That's why you put your shoes too, right? Looking at that is pretty fire. Fucking shower naked is you don't do laundry. Akimbo, doing two things at once. Clean myself and clean my clothes. Win-win, baby. Sugar. Cookies. I mean, you gotta put these here. Gotta put them here so they're easy to reach. The plate. I bet you're naked under those clothes, you slut. Oh god, I like that one too. It's good. Yo, I found my keyboard. Yeah, I've been using a frying pan as a keyboard this whole time. Sorry, hold on. Here we are. For legal reasons, that doesn't work. What doesn't work? The knife. Wait, where do I put the knife? In here? What the hell is this? Peepers? Exactly. What is this? Is this the thing you used to open like cans with? Is that what this is? Can opener? This is a can opener, right? Yes. Okay. Thank you, Ingrid. Where do you put the can opener? I can't see you. Do you also keep your shoes in the sink? Is that a Danish thing? Is that a Danish thing? Yes, of course. Every Dane does this. You know, they keep their shoes in the sink to make sure they're clean. That's just the Danish thing. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it too much. You put the can opener in the fridge. Fortunately, I don't have a fridge. Oh, yo, I got the shoe. Yeah, see, we got no fridges. It's broken today. No fridges. Okay, now what is this item? What is this I'm looking at here? It just looks like a lock for your bicycle. Yeah, I don't have anyone to sell us any fridges either today. We're all out of fridges, it seems. What? Broken soda can tip. That is one massive tip then. Peepers. Yeah, what is this? A bottle opener? Well, I can kind of see that. A bottle opener? Interesting looking bottle opener. That's a cup. Oh, yeah, it could be that too. Some sort of Strange, interesting looking people. Salt. Wait, why is it so massive? Oh my god. I think there's stuff up here too. Why is the salt so gigantic? How much salt do you need? What is this? Coffee? Do I just put this? I don't have a holder for this. Hold on, give me a second. The screen's gonna go black for a second, but don't panic, okay? Okay, we're here. No, stop panicking. Stop. Okay, I think refrigerators might be working now. I think the fridges might be working again. Can't tell me what to do. I'll panic if I want to. I guess I don't have a holder for this yet. Spoons. What? Why are there more spoons? Was it towel? Nope. Oh, the towel's in the way. Box spray. Is this a toaster? Why is the knife just here? Guess we put the knife here. A cutting board. Shit. What if we put the cutting board? I mean, I guess. Put that there. What the hell? Where do you put this? That feels weird, man. I don't know. It feels strange. Disgusting. Would you put your frying pan under the stove? Yeah, would you put your frying pan under the stove? Stove, no. Sink, I mean. Nope. What? Would you put your frying pan beneath the sink? Would you put your frying pan like right here, beneath the sink? Yeah, right next to the rat portion. Maybe if the sink was leaking. Oh, yeah, so I could catch the water. Yeah. Yeah, there, yeah. Oh, you can see it, why not? Just a bit. Just a bit. Some dude told me that. Was he bald? I would never put this here. under the sink. Because that's usually where, you know, it places all this stuff. The rat poison and all the chemicals. Where do I have room for this? Yo, I can't see whose name that is, but hey, appreciate the follow. Welcome, welcome. He looked up a land to recall. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh wait, I can see it right here. Nessie. Nessie, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. You went on cautions right after. Huh. Interesting. Did you happen to be in your underwear when you woke up? Did the guy happen to steal your clothes? A typical Tuesday, you know? Typical Tuesday for me. I don't know where to put this. Where's the spoon? Oh. Where's it be? Yeah, I don't know what to do with this thing. Guess I can put it here for now? No, that just feels weird. Move this over. Oh, there's not enough room for the paper? I guess I'm gonna have to admit defeat. I still have this. I guess I put it down here. That feels. I would never put it. I would never put it down here beneath the sink. That is such a strange placement for it. Don't admit anything. Never admit anything. Maybe if I remove this, I could put it up here. That just takes up a lot of space, though. Nah, it's normal. It is normal to put it down here. Flubber.
What the hell is this?
Hey, it works now. Nice. Where do you put your punch under the sink, champ? Okay, weirdo. Yeah, I don't know, man. I've never seen a soul put this stuff under here. I would not do that. You know what? I'm just gonna put it up here. And have all this stuff up here. This is, I don't know what this is. A towel? I'll put this here. Oh no!
What the hell is this?
Wait, can I put this here? Oh no, why is another one? I struggled with this other one for like 5 minutes. I am not gonna put it under there. Whatever you do, no. I'm not doing it, game. This also just looks weird. Who puts this giant pot up here? Who puts that pots up here? Gamers do. I don't... I mean, it's just gonna get like all sorts of dust up here too. Fuck. Yep. I don't want to put it there. I don't know if I can put it in my bedroom instead. Can I put it on my nightstand? There you go. I am not putting it under the sink. I'm not doing it, game. Put it on top. Oh, wait, that's actually a good idea. Oh, I can't. Oh, no. Just have a pot in my nightstand. Please no more. Oil, okay. We can work with this. Trash bags? Oh, it's more sponges. I think it's just trash bag. It's like a roll of trash bags. Roll of plastic trash bags. And then, yeah, that, if it's this one you said it to, that's sponges. We did it! Oh yeah, I still have my shoes here, sorry. I have my shoes in a shake. Wait, why are you why are you saying the toaster and the pot is misplaced? Come on, man, what are you saying? This is my essential bedroom toaster. Whenever I wake up in the middle of the night and feeling hungry, I can just, you know, wake right up the bed, put some bread in, and then boof. How is the toaster wrong? Put a pot on the PC. If only. I mean, yeah, that is gonna, yeah, exactly, eco-friendly potato making. Don't have to boot up the stove, just, you know, sit there, open up a couple Internet Explorer tabs, and you're good to go. Let's roll. Just sit there for a bit. Oh wait, are you installing HUD Showdown right now, Gov? Does it have crossplay? Damn, that is so satisfying to look at. That looks so nice and neat. Oh. No, but I thought this was Piggy's toothbrush. Shit. Wait, is this... Wait, the soap is not for the bathroom, it's for the kitchen? What is the soap for? I don't know where the soap needs to go. Oh my god. How is this not correct? Is it because it needs to go here? Yeah. How is this not correct? Because it has to go up there. How is the toaster not correct? You would put this, I would put this here. Wouldn't you put this here too? How is the salt correct? You know, put the salt next to my cups. Feels weird, man. How is this not right? Is it because it needs to go under here? Okay, I'll accept this. That's an okay place to put the oil. I wouldn't put it that personally, but sure. Oh, the toaster needs to go here. Oops. The toaster is gone. It's forever stuck behind the sink now. Why do you not have the paper here? Why is that wrong? Ah, there you go. I'm happy with how the bedroom turned out. It looks really nice. Classes start Monday. Uni, here I come. Time to become a 5 hat. (2007). Yo, we've got a PS2. Boot up some Grand Theft Auto. San Andreas. He's got a platinum game, dude. Oh my god, we have so many rooms. Making a nice little dress. Oh no. Here we go with the books again. We have so many books. Do we have like a dedicated bookshelf yet? I guess that's... Doesn't feel like a book that would be there though. Hey, it's a little action figure. It's like a designer book. Val, what? The refrigerators, they work now. Good work. Yes.
I love refrigerators.
Why is it going down? There you go. Ah, he escaped before you could flashbang him.
Hi, I'm Carl, and we're going to talk about how to properly kick open a door, right? But you want to get your foot as close to the center right there. All right, pick your site where you want to put your foot.
What the hell is this?
Kick that puppy open. Piece
What?
of cake.
There's the TV behind it. What the hell just happened? Hey, we still have this. Oh shit. Holy shit. Oh, not this fucking person pop. He walks into the kitchen. What? Can I put my pot in a decent spot now? On the stove. Is it a book? Yo, what is this? Rascal? It's like a board game? Control. Put it next to the PS2. Yo, is this a GameCube? Nope. We have a red one too. What is this, a sweater? What is this? Oh, it's a GameCube game. That's what it is. It's upside down. Oh, maybe not. Mario. What did the other one look like? I can't tell what game that was supposed to be. Mario Kart. What the hell is this? What is this? A giant blanket?
What the hell is this?
Exactly. What is this? A carpet? What is this? Huh? Help. What is this monstrosity? Another GameCube game. Man, I don't got room. Oh wait, I got room here on the shelf for the GameCube game. Oh, this is just a blanket, I guess. Cups. Oh no, it's this thing again. I can put it this time. Another one? Oh, and it's the strange can opener. Oh, cookie jar. Oh, sugar. Oh, oil. Open knife. What the hell is this? What is that?
What the hell is this?
Exactly, Dante. What is this? Hep. Looks like a dead duck. Oh, wait, it's a magnet? It's a magnet. It's koala. Oh.
I love refrigerators.
Perfect. Damn right. We all love us a good refrigerator. Water. Can I open the fridge? No. Where do I put my water bottle? Yeah, I guess. Oh no, the frying pan. Wait, isn't this a towel for the bedroom? Bathroom, brother. Yeah. Or toaster. A box spray. Met bag. Extra sponges. Oh my god. No. Oh no, not the cutting board. There you go. Oh my god, you clipped it. Nice. Thank you, Boxy. Clipping it. Nice fridge. Nice fridge. Hey man, nice fridge. Hopefully it's okay that the cutting board is here now. Wait, what? Open containers? Oh, you mean these? Boxes? Oh. Like these. Yeah, that would be nice. So you didn't have to open them. Toothbrush. Yeah, we can open this now. Nail clipper. Airbrush. Goodie bag. What the hell is that?
What the hell is this?
I was just waiting for it as soon as I said. I was just like, oh shit, it's happening. Here he comes. Dante. Okay, where do I put that? You can open stuff while holding? Yeah. I think you can. Yeah, there you go. Oh, put it up here? Sweet. Oh wait, no. Can I put this in here? Yeah, that'd be a little annoying. Having to put down the thing you're carrying every time. Every time you want to open something. Would be a little annoying. What is this? Is this like a perfume? Not a perfume, but you know, a smell good spray. You can spray the rooms that smells good. I think that's what this is. That up here, yeah. What do we have left? I want to save the bedroom for last. The living room it is. Another book. I took a dump and too lazy to open the window spray. Yeah, exactly one of those. Classic. Every bathroom needs those. Too lazy to open the window. Because I think they're playing D&D here, Pog. Never played D&D before. And I do want to try it. There was no good place for this in here. Do you actually, though? Yeah. Actually, at least just try it once. See what it's like. Full game, one sitting. I mean, not every D&D session is, you know, a full game in one sitting. Split it up into sessions. But don't have to do the whole thing in one go. Oh my god, it's the Tilting Tower. Whatever it's called in English. What book is this? Doesn't feel right to put it there. Oh, it's just called the Tilting Tower piece then. No reason I thought that was wrong. Tilting Tower, the pizza. Oh my god, no. Another book. No, another book. Stop it with the books. Flex. Oh, kitty. Yo, we acquired a chicken now. Can I put the chicken on the table? And a little one. This guy again. Chicken Little Pog. Classic. Classic movie. I hope it's okay that I just sit there. Hydrate. Okay. Wait, I wouldn't mind trying one D&D session at one point. Just to know, just see what it's like. Another book. Is that a drawing? I think it is. Oh, another book. So many books. Oh, we still have this. Calling set. Ooh, we got all sorts of callers now. Oh, is that for this? What is this? This is like a holder of some sort. Oh, it's for here. We upgraded our gaming rig. We don't have a nightstand now. Where did I put this? On the bed? Yeah. Sleep with the alarm, of course. Who doesn't sleep with their alarm? In the bed, of course. Oh, we still got our iPod. We got more of these hangers now. We upgraded the monitor, but we didn't upgrade our PC just yet. A hat. What is this? What is this device? Is that another type of... Another type of watch or alarm? Not sure. Oh, wait, is it underwear? Oh, it might be underwear. Why did I put the underwear in this giant box? Oh my god. Why do we have so many different shoes now? Ooh, we even got a skirt now. Fancy. Is that a frog? I can't see it. Oh, wait. I think those hangers are specifically for hands on there. Skirts works too. Oh my god, a D&D dice. Put that in here, or is that good for... I feel like that should be here. A drawing tablet. Shit. Don't have room for the mouse pad. Still have the same mouse. And the same keyboard. Oh, that's the entire monitor. Swap these two around. Keep the journal there. Decide later where I put that. Oh my god. More journals. Hawk. A different Game Boy. I should put it under the bed. Like good old times. No, on pet under the pillow. Type. Piggy! You've made the grand return once again. There's your drawing tablet now. Yo, we got a diploma. Nice. Well, smart. You got talent. Man, sorting out all these pants reminds me of a certain game. Of a certain game. Alright, we got no more of those. What is this? I still don't know what this is. Smoked up, exactly. Imagine if a certain game we played on here. Twice even. Yo, a poster. Oh, another hanger. Young Daddy Sim. If we played that twice, I don't think we would be here right now. A frisbee? Is this a shoe? A really strange looking shoe. Not quite though. It's not quite Yandere Sim. What the heck is this? Yeah, what the fuck is this? Vacuum cleaner?
What the hell is this?
Exactly. Oh, a backpack. Let me put this strange contraption up here. Oh my god, it's the Rachel shirt again. This is an apron, right? Or is that a yoga mat? Oh, it's this thing again. Tiny little trash can. Hey, what game are you playing? Not even 15 weapons in the whole mission. Wow, what a fucking troll. Oh, we got little weights. Can you not, like, unfold this? I guess not. Ah, good shoulder. Wait, the Game Boy is misplaced. Of course it is. I don't know what this is, so I'll put it there. desk is crowded, man. We ain't got room for the drawing to happen. Oh, and you just have to remember. That sucks. Well, time to just start going through them one by one from the beginning. In a mission that actually has 15 weapons. Oh, okay. Well, if it has to be in the same run, then shouldn't be too bad. Just gotta, yeah. Oh wait, of that specific mission? How the hell? Maybe a grenade counts too? I don't know. Explosions? Nah, explosions doesn't count. Or maybe a grenade counts? I don't know what to do with the drawing tab. Oh, really? The chickens are misplaced? Oh, why can't they be on the table? Why are these misplaced? Is it because they have to be here? That apparently is a blanket. I don't know what to do with this. This is too big. That just looks stupid. That it's sideways like that. Can this even fit here? This book doesn't fit anywhere. Oh. Yeah. An easy cheese way to do it. That's actually pretty creative though. Sure. Just spawn in with more people in there, make them drop their weapons. Yeah, that's probably gonna be a little challenging. Just a little challenging. Oh, okay. Well then, yeah. It'd be super easy to do. You could actually, if there was actually people playing it, that could help. Wait, what if I move this? What? There is no space for this book anywhere. Doesn't even fit in here. Oh, I have to manually do that. Oh, here? Jesus. Finally got it. Hey, okay. That's one, at least one extra one. The grenades count. Maybe, I don't know if there's explosive barrels, they count too. Wait, here? No. That's not even correct. Time to kill someone with a flashbang. Would it be correct if it was in here? Yeah. Okay, that works. This is a big day. I'm ready for bed. Fellowship. We played D&D. Oh, you need smokes? Well then. Try to murder someone with a smoke grenade. $2010? Oh my god, we got an Xbox now. We ditched the PS2, we got 360. Ready to hop on some, what's that, Black Ops? Ready to hop on some Black Ops? Join the Xbox party. Play some zombies, let's go. Traitor. Yo, I can move it? Where's the trash can? Ah, the toilet works. Ah, kidding. Gadma! Sly Cooper's disappointed. Hey, Sly, it's not personal, okay? I only did it once. It was a one-time thing, okay? Promise it won't happen again. It was recently his 20th anniversary. That's crazy. That the first Sly Cooper's 20 years old. Don't bother. I'm leaving you. No, no, please. Sly, come back. We can talk about this. Xbox. Have fun with your Xbox. No. It was a one-time thing, I promise. Come back. It won't happen again. Why do I put my beetle next to my bed? One too many. Don't even bother. Don't even bother following me. People leave. Oh, we got the pizza. Put that on top of the subwoofer. Wait, what do I put my beetle on top of the subwoofer? Follow me and not call the cops. Here we got a ties now? Sly will remember this. Sly took that personal. Didn't I see books anywhere? It's a question mark. Sly will remember this. These are like movies, I think. Wait, didn't I see, didn't I see books somewhere? Got a bronze frying pan now. Unpacking. A Telltale series. What do I do with all these books? Man, why you gotta have so many books? What is this, a movie? I think it's a book. Hey, we still have a little toy car. Boss rather. Oh, D&D dies. How would you put that here? Would you put that here in the living room or in the bedroom? Like here somewhere, right? Put it next to all the other nerd stuff. Oh wait, this is a D&D character, so. A little guitar? What? The hell do I put that? Where did that for now? Oh my god, this is so unorganized. Why have you just thrown them in here like this? Come on, man. Oh no, you are one. That is that fucking sucks. How demoralizing. Just a one-off. Now you get the whole thing over. Yo, this is Mario Kart on the GameCube. It's all GameCube games. Then that's just a book. Why can't I? Oh, whatever. Chicken. Can I put that in the bedroom? Please tell me I can put this in the bedroom. I want this chicken right here. There is 2 chicken littles. Massive blanket again. Oh, rip. What is behind here? Oh. I can put stuff here. Never mind, no I can't. I can put it on the ground there, it's okay. Can't tell if it's like a movie or a book. Oh, it's the GameCube. Hey, that's the 360. GameCube controller. Is the red one here too? Hey. Did he sell his PlayStation? Why does he still have the GameCube? What about the PlayStation? Don't tell me you sold the PlayStation just so you could get the Xbox. Come on, man. What are you doing? Stuff expensive. Yeah. Gotta make sacrifices, unfortunately. Enhance these games. Enhance. Oh, another chicken. Yeah, but you can't play Sly Cooper on the 360. GameCube. Can I move the Xbox? Wait, I got a fucking thing for that? Electrical hazard. I got a trophy for that? Fucking throwing the Xbox in the shower. I threw the Xbox in the shower. And then I got a trophy. Can I not make it stand up? Actually, there needs to be some space. They need to be able to breathe. Oh my gosh, I'm so heavy. Well, that's true. You can't play Halo 3 and PS2. What's the lie, Mr. Cooper? The hoodie. Oh, really? I really can't fit that there? Put it there. Oh. I can fit this here. That shelf is looking really nice, actually. This one looks a bit out of place. I'll put it there. Actually, no. We need to put this here. Then the guitar can be up here. Nice. Yeah, this living room actually is really nice. Yeah, really nice looking living room. The goodie bag. What the fuck? There's like no room to put the goodie bag. Oh no, it broke. You see the mark? Like a little crack in it now. Oh. I mean, I guess I'll go here. Yeah, it broke it during the move. In the bin. Do you even have a bin? Hide the evidence. Quick, before our husband sees it. I don't think we have a husband yet, though. But whatever. Quick, before the husband sees it. For the trash. The trash that we don't have. Just flush it down the toilet. What's the worst it would have? Flush the mark down the toilet. Hey, it's this thing again. Oh, that was the right way. So I don't know what this is. Is this like pills or something? Is this nail polish? The pads. I think this is some type of deodorant. Oh no, it's shampoo probably. How did this end up in the bathroom box? A toaster. Is it finally allowed to sit on the counter now? Oh, here's a little trash can. Leo house tour. Hoggle Demon. Yes, this is my house right here. Met back. It was my house, not anymore. Cause look at this, we had an Xbox. This person sold his PlayStation 2 to get an extra 360, but kept his GameCube. Honestly, the right choice. Cause if he's gonna keep his GameCube, then the man, if he keeps it until the year 2022, he can sell his GameCube and all his GameCube games. He can sell those for like millions of dollars, pretty much. Especially all the Mario games. GameCube games can be quite pricey. So hello, boss. The God Gamer is here. For the house tour. Up. Wait, can I put the met bag behind here? And is he stackable? No. You wanna play some on stream? Oh, what, GameCube games? Yeah. Damn right, GameCube games are quite pricey, especially, yeah, like I said, if you want to play some like Mario games or Pokemon games. Yeah, they can be quite pricey. Unfortunately. Emulation. Yeah, I could always do that. If you are not weird like me. I want to play it on its original system. What? Actually, I think this is fine to go here. Yeah, see, boss gets me. See, it's just not the same, you know. It's just something unique about sitting there with your GameCube controller in the hand. Got the GameCube next to you. You put the disc in, you boot it up, you sit there. It's just a unique feeling to it. Playing it on its original system. So I always prefer to, you know, play stuff on PS2 and 1 and 3 instead of emulating. Nintendo theft. I know, that's pretty genius. Yeah, just bring incendiary grenades and you get to go. You could also just do that, but like, you know, it's not, at least for me, it's nice to have it physically. You can always, you know, it's nice to have it in hand and look at it. And then as time goes by, you can like, take the game down from the shelf and look at it and be like, oh, hello, old friend. Oh, I remember the good old times when you ever played the subreddits Road to Respect. Oh, we got the point U emote. Oh, it's the good old times. Subreddits Road to Respect. Oh my god, those were the days. Print your own sleeves. You could do that too. If you're getting real desperate and running out of options. Oh yeah, you have emulated some GameCube games before? It just didn't feel the same. Yep, I can see it, I believe it. It doesn't feel right. It just doesn't feel right. Can that go here? Oh, cookie jar. Oh my god, everything's made out of gold now. These are like baby spoons, right? It's talks. Oh my god, it's this strange device. I can't put it up here. Shit. Where in the world would you put this? I guess here? Fuck, where would you put that? There is not a lot of space in this kitchen. I can't put it up here. The hell is this? Oh, for the fridge. It's the stuff that we had in our bedroom.
What the hell is this?
Damn right, Dante. Took the words right out of my mouth. Oh my god. Fuck, where do you put this? In here? My words now. They don't belong to you anymore. A rice cooker. This is a tiny ass kitchen counter. Where did I put my rice maker? Flashbang. F this. Fuck this kitchen. I ain't doing this. There's barely any room here. There's like space here. Yeah, what is this? A computer? It's whole screen goes on fire. That's for the bathroom. Oh, it's a magnet. Still have the koala. Where are the snackies? They're right here. See? The cookie jar. Got your snackies right there. Get this out of here. Shit. Oh, there's more space here. Sweet. Hey. Now what do we do with this? There's space in here? Surely the toaster is okay here, and the rice maker. Surely. Surely this is okay. The fuck is this? Is this a protein powder? Yeah, not the yeah, the rice maker doesn't fit down there at all. Yeah, the toaster does. Yeah, try the rice maker's okay here. This is like a laptop. Underwear. Oh, Game Boy, yeah. Hide it under the pillow. Have our Game Boy games right on the nightstand. We got so many different pencils now. But we got an upgraded iPod. Wait, this is underwear. Tiny little baby weights. Ooh. A fancy dress. Peggy, you're still here. I think we're out of yeah. I want to hang at least one skirt. Wait, this is like a baby one. Another one. The hat. Oh, diploma. We don't have any wall space. I mean, yeah, where else do you put your diploma? Where else do you put your diploma, chat? Other than right above the toilet. Oh, so it's like the only spot. Ooh, a fancy handbag. Yeah, can I put that here? Okay. Shit, never mind. We have more shoes. Too many shoes. This thing again. Shit, I need more space for the bras. Oh, I can't put it up here anymore. What a space. This one was black, right? Yeah. The other black one. Oh no, no more books. I put the hat on top of it. Oh, I can. Well, shit. Oh, wait, we still have hangers left. Didn't really make that much more space. Yeah, but yeah, the chickens and the piggy, they're allowed on the bed this time. Am I allowed to put my Game Boy here? Okay. Why is this wrong? Isn't this like a yoga mat? What is this? How is this wrong? What room is this supposed to be in? Well, what do you mean I can't put my diploma on right above the toilet? Every time someone goes to take a shit in my house, I want them to see my greatest achievement. I want them to see my diploma. Every time someone goes to take a shit in my house, I want people to see that. Why is that not allowed here? Come on now. Is it? There's no walls in here. It has to be like in here, right? There are no walls. Where am I supposed to put this? Oh, behind here, maybe? No? Under the... Oh, I can put it under the... I can put all this stuff under the bed? No. Why is the diploma okay? That belongs under the bed. But what? I mean, I guess it makes sense. I have no walls anywhere other than the bathroom. Kitchen, maybe? The cookie jar is misplaced. How is the cookie jar misplaced? How is this misplaced? It's because it's on the floor. Well, luckily we have room there for the pencils. Can I put this under here? This one, no, it's not okay. Can I put the computer on there? Is this supposed to be in here? There's no space in here. What's wrong here? How is this wrong? Is it because it needs to be on the counter? In here? How is this wrong? No, because it needs to be up there. How is this misplaced? Oh, it's supposed to go here? Ah. Okay. Shit. Boy, where is this supposed to go? At the end of the bed? How? What? Interesting spot for a trash can. I think if I move this over, we have room for the books. Yeah. Oh, I can't stack into that. Oh, in general, I need to be right back. Okay. Need to go use the bathroom. Need to go use the bathroom and look at my diploma hanging on top of the toilet. Be really quick. Alright, they have returned. They have returned. And we've got our side objective now. The little doggo is here. So we gotta keep an eye on what are you doing? What are you up to? Time to boot up that scrappy cam. That'd be perfect right now though. And make sure he doesn't cause any trouble. But right now he's just chilling on the bed. Right though. Where were we? Major, everything's good besides these 3 things. Man, what the fuck? Why do you put the drawing tablet? Can't put it on top of the V. Man, where would you put the laptop? Wait. Oh my god. Of course not. A Uplay weapon? Wait, what? Does it say Uplay on the gun or something? Oh my god, that's still not good enough. What? We don't want to see that. Can you send a screenshot or something on Discord? I don't want to see that. That's like a thing of the past now. What is the hell? I'll give you a second. I gotta see what Scrappy's doing. Alrighty, we're here now. Here now with Scrappy too. Maybe Scrappy can figure it out. Where the fucking laptop is supposed to go. cable. On my lap. There was already a doggo on my lap now, though. Wait, what am I looking at here? Wait, where does it say you play on the gun? Tiny logo. Oh, I see it. Never mind. Discord was just too far away from my face. I see it now, though, yeah. The little U. Okay. Doggo is no longer on my lap. Now he's just wandering around. Now he wants to leave. Hold on. Alright, here we are. Jesus, man. Fucking Scrappy. It's rough at night with Scrappy. He always has so much energy. He wants to wake up the whole family. And he's always up to all sorts of trouble. Anyways, where were we? Still trying to figure out where the hell this is supposed to go. Didn't save the stealth challenge. Oh no. The most rested and sleep of them all. Man, yeah, wait, where is it actually supposed to go? What the fuck? That sounds obnoxious as hell, but I mean, sounds about right though. For those early Ubisoft games. Well, not early, but, you know, around that time where everything was just a shit show and obnoxious to navigate. Yeah, sounds about right. 2012. Oh. Supposed to go in the fridge. This is not, though. Yeah, but that's a Microsoft. This is Ubisoft we're talking about. remember, this is Ubi we're talking about. Oh, this works here, okay. For some reason this is not allowed here though. Neither is the rice maker. Wait, does this go to the kitchen too then? Hold on. Oh, it does. Wow. Why does the laptop go to the kitchen? Excuse me? Two title screens. Yeah, see what I mean? You see, this is Ubisoft we're talking about. 2012 Ubisoft. They're king all over the place, man. Wait, what about on top of the fridge? Oh my god, that works. Thank god. This is the room that I'm the most proudest of. This one really turned out nice. Feels so serious moving into this place. Hell yeah. Well, speaking of 2012, here we are. I still have my scorpion. Beetle, whatever this is. LAN? What's the point of LAN? When the good old days. When you used to meet up with your gaming buddies or something. Have a big LAN party. Everyone brings their console and everything. Then you can just connect to the local thing. Where the fuck is the weight supposed to go? Is this just a memorial at this point? Wait, I think this is the original bedroom. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. I can't stop it with the books. All our D&D books. Just play over Xbox Live. I mean, not everyone has an account, perhaps. Or something. I don't know, man. I'm not the right person to ask about this. I never used LAN. I only used it once. And that was when we had a big LAN party at school. I never really understood it either, so yeah, I can't really explain why the hell it was so good and everyone liked it. Oh, Nintendo DS. Oh my god, not this drawing tablet again. And this... not this again. I don't have enough room here, man. Feels broke, man. We moved back into our old house. This is the living room from the first level. What the fuck? Where am I gonna fit all of this in 2 rooms? Oh my god, I still have this monstrosity. There literally isn't enough space for everything. All I have is this bedroom and bathroom to work with. Chicken. Little chicken. Another little chicken. Oh, a hole in the wall. Where the fuck do I just fit the sweater? Know what? Time to renovate the house a bit. Someone get Sledge here. I mean, the house is gigantic, but they only have these 2 rooms to work with. Oh my god. Maybe I have to put everything under the bed. Oh, look at Piggy. He's getting worn out. There's holes in him. This is 2012 now. So I don't know, maybe she just moved back into her childhood house. I don't know. But it still doesn't exist. I mean, I guess it is a co-op house. It's just for other people. I guess. For a year anyway. Oh. Yeah. That's right, yeah. It takes place in like 2013 or something, right? Life is strange. Where do I put all this shit? Boom in December. Oh my god. No. The calendar ran out. That can only mean one thing. The whole world's gonna go kaboom. Exactly. Shit, man. We gotta get more stone. Man, I saw like a funny meme about that where like... it was those old Mayan people that were making the calendar carving the stone, and then the guy was like, hey, this is gonna freak some people out in like a couple of years when it runs out. It's gonna freak some people out. Is this a poster? No. What is this? CDs? Photo albums? This is a poster. Why is this not on the wall? Rediscover childhood. Yeah, it's a Dargo unicorn poster from the beginning. Oh, D&D dice. There's no. iPod. Fuck more books. Last time I threw all the books in here. Yeah, I guess that's what we're doing again. Exactly, this fucking troll. Actually, you know what? Screw it. We're all gonna be dead anyways by 2012. Still like the thing the world end or anything. Fucking little did they know. People took it all mega serious. I find that so funny though. That meme I saw just like, ha, just gonna freak some people out in a couple of years. Such a troll. Really? They're too big? Damn. Jesus fuck. How am I supposed to fit everything? You, of course, go on the bed, Piggy. This is your drawing tablet now. I don't even have a closet. Where am I supposed to put the shirt? Suppose you could put that there. It's making like water noises. What's happening? Actually, yeah. Put this down here. Perfect. I guess I can put this under here too. Oh, no, never mind. There it goes. I don't know what to do with that. Oh, it fits right there. Perfect. I don't know what to do with this. It's his now. Oh my god, we somehow managed everything. What is that? Rapid? Oh no, it's like the back pain. Met back. The fuck is this? Yeah, there's no space there. Okay, sure. Oh, it's all broken, Mark. Why is that in the bathroom now? The goodie bag. Yeah, perfect. Really? Yeah, guess I'll have to go to that. Oh, wait, we still got. So the bathroom was empty? I think there's another one. Well, this is the shower room. There's another shower room. The bathroom's over there in the middle, left to us. This is the bathroom specifically. And this is probably ours. And then, yeah, the other ones were the other people. Japanese style. What? That's what it's like in Japan? Yeah, just imagine that. Ew. Washing yourself in the toilet room? The same room as the toilet? Pukers. Who does that? The muck is misplaced? Oh. The muck is supposed to be in the bedroom? Wait, how is this misplaced? What? Put yourself in the same room as the toilet. How disgusting. I would never. What? Where else do you put a picture? Under the pillow? Huh? How is that misplaced? How is the mock misplaced? Wait, is it because it just wasn't on the table? Yeah, I know the picture, but how is the picture mis- it's because it needs to go there. Okay, that, I can see that. Not saying. That's fair. Let's see. If I were this picture, where would I put myself? That's not on the wall. It would have been cool if it was that. Oh, you played this? When did you play this? A long time ago? Oh, is it here? I can't even open that. Put it in the sink. Oh, you saw a video on it. Gotcha, gotcha. Let me hydrate. I don't think it is the bathroom. Is it on the PC? In the sink? No, it'll be fine. It's waterproof. It'll be fine. It's waterproofed. Wait, is it just you gotta rearrange this or something? No, it's not. Not that in depth. Can I get a tiny bit of help though? Is it this room? Is it within this room? Yes, okay, thank you. Piggy? The shirt? What is this? Is this like one of those watering things? You put like warm water and then you heat yourself up or something?
What the hell is this?
Exactly, what the hell is this? Because it makes water noises. Looks like a jacket. That's what I thought so too, but you can hear it makes like water noises when you shake it. So yeah, I think it's one of those watering flasks that you put like warm water in and then... Yeah, you put warm water in and then to heat yourself up. Heat up your feet or hands or put it under your shirt. You can feel warm under your blanket or something. I have one of these. They're really nice. Doesn't look like this though, but yeah, they're during the winter. Give it to the beetle. Don't tell me I just have to put it in here or something. That can't be it. No. Well, really, that's just it? You just have to put it in there? That's lame. Come on now. Turkey. Yeah, it makes... I was thinking that, but I was like, yeah, no way it's that. But it makes sense, because, you know, the pin was for the guy. Probably broke up with her boyfriend or something. This room used to feel bigger. Yeah, you don't say. They probably had room for everything. 2013. The year of the PS4. Paris. Italy. Book. Is that a Wii U? That'd be funny. You bought a Wii U. Good old Wii U. Yo, she's still got the GameCube. Nice. She's been holding on to it. She's gonna make... Oh! What, did she sell her Xbox this time to get a Wii? Now we're talking, baby. Good old Wii. I spent so much time on that. Hey, there it is. My next favorite console. After the PS2. Hey, GameCube game. Fuck, where do I put the game? Can't decide which shelf. Yeah, I don't know. The Wii's been out for a while at this point. Almost Wii U time, yeah. It is Wii U time, I think. Surely she didn't need to sell her 360 for that, right? Surely not. It's always... Oh, we still got chicken. It's always Wii U time. Wii U. Hey, she painted it. Nice. She painted her D&D figure. Man, she's really been holding on to those GameCube games. Nice. Oh my god, more books. Yeah, that's fucking easy stonks right there. It's gonna be able to make fucking bank on all these soon. Just hold on to them for a little longer and then bam. You'll be able to buy $1 million apartment. Teddy, Dragoon. Wait. Pepper. The dragon's too big. This one's inside the shell. Oh my god, she's collected so many chickens now. See what's in these other ones. Oh wait, there's a table here. Oh, I can put... Now I can't open it. Hell yeah. Nintendo announces GameCube Virtual Console and Switch at 500 games. Fucking flip table shit. Quick, quick, sell, sell, sell. Sell them quick. Go, go, go. Get on eBay. Man, I really want all the chickens up here. That's true, because they're fighting Wii is backwards compatible. I mean, she could have still sold the console and just kept the controllers because they look cool. I don't know, we'll see. If we pull out a GameCube on that here in a bit. It is, yeah. The fucking VCR player. It's a day one X-Bone. Classic, yes. It's the OG Xbox One. The fuck, is this a speaker? Oh no, the D&D books. That's so big. She kept her DS too. Wait. That's yours, Pepper. What the hell is this? And this same monitoring device. Oh, that's this little thing. Enhance. Enhance, because yeah, what the fuck is this? Omega Enhance. It's not, I don't think it's Wii games. Because Wii games are the same size as GameCube games. DOS games, I highly doubt it's a DOS game. I think it's just a CD. You know, a music CD. Oh, you said TS. Sorry. I don't know why I read it as DOS. Ah, yeah, but you're probably right. It's probably Nintendo DS games. Right. Makes a lot more sense. In that case. Oh my god, it's the Gov. Govman with the raid. Appreciate the raid, Gov. How did the good old stream go? Was it more good old Minecraft? I wish I could hang this on the wall. Power glove. If only. What the fuck is this? Wait, let me try out this new Twitch feature. I don't think... It's a chair for Pepper that... That really just looks like a comfy chair. But it's for the guitar, I think. Yeah, there you go. I guess I could sit up here. No, man, I don't think it works. We can't try out this new Twitch feature. The new shout out feature. Oh my god, another book. Another GameCube game. That's true, it is a ukulele. Ukulele. Where was the GameCube? See, she might have sold it. But just kept the controllers. GameCube exclusive. Got those Mario games. Fucking kick. E4 exclusive. Yeah, it sure is exclusive. Never came out on another platform ever. Nope. Never ever. Never happened. Put this one in the rusty. You usually have these in here, don't you? Oh, I can stack them. Nice. Hey, old muck. The goodie bag. Oh, we gotta wait now. Doesn't even fit. Cat Force Gemini. Yeah, what is that game? Yeah, you got a little trash can now. Oh, it's a... Let's go shoot it on the N64. I gotcha. Enjoy. Have fun boxing. With some retro gaming. Still got our med back. What the fuck is this? Oh, it's patches. I still don't know what the hell this is. What the fuck is this? Is this a brain? An alien brain? And perfect dark. Perfect dark? Oh, wait, that game. Right. Let's think of a different game. Thinking of that Wii game that we played alone in the dark. That's two different games. Monkesty. Oh yeah, the fucking Alone in the Dark game. The park. We were stuck so fucking long on that. That game was just a mess. Never ever again. Also, I think this is a type of sponge. Yeah. Never ever again. I'll be playing that Wii version. For October. Then it would have to be like the PS3 version or something, because nah, I'm not doing that Wii version again. I couldn't see anything. I mean, you saw how dark it was for me. When I posted the picture on Discord. Fucking pitch black. I see why they call it Alone in the Dark now. Yeah, exactly. I see why it's called that now. Oh, it's a water tank. But I don't think I'm good. Oh, maybe maybe I played the PS3 version for shit show. Was it September or something? One day? I don't know. But not anytime soon. We're going back to that. Hell no. Oh yo, this skirt is pretty. Put that up instead of the other one. Oh, I guess I can put them both up now. This is where you usually put the shoes, isn't it? I think so. A clock. I still get an iPod. Family. Candle. What the fuck is this? Help. What is this item? Is it for the candle? Oh, it's for the candle. Dress. Hang that shit up. Oh my god, not this fucking mat. Peggy, you're still here. He got patched up. There you go. See, you can put this under your pillow to heat up your pillow. Watering tank. Yeah, I did. Saw that right before I went live. Fucking, what a surprise! It got delayed again. But the 10th billion time. Good shit, UV. Just get everything out of the box. It comes out like next year or something, right? In March. Jesus Christ. That game's been delayed a million times. Game was announced, what, back in fucking 2013? Man, yeah, by the time it comes out, it's gonna be like 10 years since the game was like first announced. If it was 2013. Jesus. Oh no, that is a fucking kick and a half right there, yeah. Celebrating 10th anniversary for Skull and Bones. The fucking game just came out. Already celebrating the 10th anniversary. Yo, rainbow panties, nice. Man, only at Ubisoft. Only Ubi could do this. Celebrating a 10th anniversary for a brand new game that just came out. 10th anniversary. Because it took us 10 years to fucking launch the game. Feels Ubisoft, man. Thanks to all the players who made the game a success throughout all these years. What are you talking about? Not even reviewers played it yet. No one has played it. Is the game even real, Ubisoft? No one's played this. No one has played it. No one has seen the game at all. What is this? Hello? What are you smoking, Ubisoft? That has, yeah. And I think it looks nothing like the leaks. It looks nothing like what the game looks like now. That cactus. Oh my god, not the books. Yo, what is this? Man, that is fucking funny though. Fucking 10th anniversary of the game. And it literally just came out. It seems good, man. Got a printer now. What the fuck is this? A laptop? Was that an old school phone from the 80s? What am I looking at? Cables. People. Yeah, the 1.0 version will be the fucking remake. Skull and Bones. Remake. Is this the internet? Put that here. No, put the internet all the way up here. You will never give us back for the first time after fucking 10 million years. You got your pre-order cancelled. Wait, like... it just got cancelled by itself? You didn't do anything? You didn't cancel it? They canceled it for you? No, I still have this. on its own. Wow, they did you a favor. They were like, you know what? We're just gonna help you out here, man. We don't even know when this is out. We don't even know if it's still happening. But here you go, have your money back before everything goes to shit. Wasn't that last year too? That was supposed to come out? Oh yeah, I think so. Yeah. It was because it was around like, yeah, it was around the time when the PS5 and the Xbox Series X, XS came out and stuff. Around that time. Right. What the fuck, man? What are you doing, Yubi? What's taking you so long? The game's already there. Just like they did with Skull and Bones, because that's also only next gen now. If I remember correct. Piggy drawings. Man, but you gotta wonder, what's taking them so long with that? The game's already there. I mean, I know they're remaking it from the ground up and stuff, but like, come on, man. Gotta do it. Just copy everything and make it look better. Sounds so easy, but still, yeah. Gotta wonder what's taking them so long with that. Why is it not aligned? It's bothering me. Yeah, they still made that on the PS2 somehow. This doesn't look as good as I thought it was gonna look. Half an hour late. Oh shit, sorry. My bad. My bad for stalling you. Yeah, it's too much fun to talk. Getting distracted. It's just an office room? Oh, it is. Have our own bedroom. Hey, yo, good box. Yeah, but have fun with the retro gaming, my good sir. Oh no, not this thing. I can put these in here. Headphones. A little book. Got more books in this. I don't know, what is this? We got a painting? Oh, this thing. What is stress ball? Towel. Oh, I forgot about this room actually. What the fuck? How did they end up back there? Hmm. Yeah, we could put these in here. Keep this here because I imagine that's like the person's journal or something, and then we put that there. Headphones, put next to the PC. I don't know what this is. It's another type of tablet. I don't know. We'll keep it there though. Fuck. Oh, okay, still got room. Oof. Why so many? Oh my god! Why so many things in the kitchen? My rice maker. I need that to survive. I need my rice to in order to live. Which is coffee? Oh, I guess so, because that's the coffee maker. What the hell is this? What is this? Is that the thing you place your cup on? You don't get stains? I think it is. Why is there no like upward? Why is there nothing to put these in? I guess I'm here, but I don't know. Put them on the table. What the fuck is this? Cookie wrapping paper. Put that here? Yeah, put this here. A heart. The hell? Oh, it's a cup. Not too sure where to put that yet. All sorts of frying pans and pots. A cookie jar. Oh, infamous cookie jar. Of course we brought that with us. Cutting board. Hey, a koala magnet. Why is... Oh, right, this goes on the fridge. Sorry, why the fuck is this here? Oh, right, we figured out that belongs to the fridge. F3 equals... That works. I hope. Oh my god, a microwave. Where do you put your microwave? Microwave on top of the fridge? That seems like a terrible decision. Why would you put your fridge on, why would you put your microwave on top of the fridge? Seems like a bad idea to place it that high. Well, like put it here, yes. Put it under the fucking sink. It's our coffee mug. I guess inside the sink, that works. Another cup. And another one. And another one. Whatever this is. I think it's pepper. Awning. A water bottle. Timer. Mocha knife. That's not, that doesn't go on the fridge. Shit. The rice maker is in the way. Oh my god, an even bigger plate. I'm not gonna keep it on that. Oh shit. I need more shelves. What the fuck? Baking tray. Paper. I mean, I guess if we could swap. Wait, can the plate even fit here? I don't think so. Oh, they can't. Oh, well, that. No need to panic. Also toast. What the hell? Why is this here? What the fuck is this? Oh, it's candles. Oh, really? There's only room for 3 here? Oh, fuck. Hold on. What about the small one, then? Really? Okay, maybe it's time to panic. I mean, I can put this on the stove, right? Oh no. Well, I guess you'll have to go there. Hopefully no more pots. Yeah, I know that's misplaced. There's still like a shit ton of room in here. There's still room here. I guess the plate that... No, that is just... strange to have the plate do that together with all this stuff. I mean, these things can go here. The mugs? Yeah, that's probably the best place for these two. Unfortunately, I'm not allowed to have a mug next to the coffee maker. Put the toaster in here. Fuck, that sucks. And the cookie jar is not allowed to be next to the oven, apparently. Put that on the fridge, then. Now I just have one plate. Fuck, why is that not allowed to be here? They're about to eat, come on, man. Oh no, so let me rearrange the fridge here. 1 plus 3 equals... I don't have enough space. Equals 2. Why is there not enough space on the fridge? One plus 3 equals 2. Math genius. Literal 5 head. A 5 head that can't figure out where to put his last plate. Fuck, man. Why can't you have 4 plates here? Everything else is like perfect. Put it in the microwave. I too store clean plates in my microwave. I'm gonna have to put it here, aren't I? Well, if we're putting it there, then... Okay, might as well just put them all. Even though I don't want to. This is weird. This is really weird. Fucking putting your clean plates next to the... under the sink. Next to the trash. Who does that? Yeah, but I don't know what else to put there. Well, shit. Whatever. Oh, yeah, I forgot about this. Nope. This is misplaced? How is this misplaced? Because it needs to go in here. What? This goes in here? How is... Wait, does this go... Wait, where the fuck does this actually go? Excuse me? Oh, not even there. No, I just had to go under the sink. Well then what about the trash can? No, it was meant for the I like this room. Actually, no. This room with the Wii. And also, she did apparently sell her GameCube because it was not here. Wait. What's wrong with the bedroom now? Oh, oh, it needs to be here in the corner? Okay. Hey, you're happy now? Yeah, she sold her GameCube. She made bank on the GameCube. She kept the games though, waiting for those to rise in price, skyrocket. I'll figure out where to get a couch from later. Yeah, you don't need a couch. You just need those bean bags. You're good to go. It's raining. No, she actually did get a couch. Wait, is this actually how we left it? It is. Yeah, updated the door too. Different door. I forgot I put the chicken next to the Wii. Controller's dying. Signature Leo stream. Yo, we got a diploma in here? Why is that next to the router? What? Hey, look at all. Oh, hey, finally got an upgraded PC. Oh, do we got a new toaster? It still says 1 + 3 = 2. Truly. Einstein. 5 hit. AI. Yo. What? Hold on, give me a second. Right. Well, let's see. What do we got? He's on the couch now. A little dragon body. What did we order? What the fuck is... Oh. Oh, it's like a plant thing. What the hell is this? Like a cinema ticket. Wait, we got more plants. Heals Mother Nature, man. New book? Oh my god, no. Please. Please no more books. No, no, there's more. What the fuck? That is a massive book. She's into film stuff now. It's a film book. Oh my god, why is that bigger? A new laptop. I don't have any space in here. Can I put the plant next to the lamp? No. Put the plant up here, I guess. A pillow. Yo, is this a movie? Blu-ray? Where would Gia be in? Is this still 2014? Yeah. Blu-rays. Oh, yo, dude, she got Jaws. Let's go. Horror movie. I still have yet to actually see Jaws. Believe it or not. Full exposure. It's a drawing game. What the fuck? A watering can. Where did I put the plant? Oh, I put it up there. Wait, but then no. Not gonna look good. Then you can't see it. Put it up now. A poster. Anti. Yo, she got its sign and everything. What is this? Godzilla? What is this movie? Someone taking pictures. That Godzilla again? What that's supposed to be? Hey, it's that movie from... That was on the book over here. A Samby head. Another movie. Another movie. That's not a movie. Gonna grow her own plants. Paul. Okay, I think we should probably put these movies somewhere. Oh yeah, we can put them here. Right. Though I don't think there's space for all these movies. The Jaws is the only one I could recognize. Where do I put this? Wouldn't you put this stuff outside? You stack them? No, you can. You have dirt under your fucking coffee table. Nice. Yeah, this looks really good. I like how this room turned out. Oh, exception was this shit. I don't know where to put this. I guess I'll just have to put it right here. Yeah. Well, actually, I mean, let's stack that. Put it over here. That works. Wait, don't we still have a free draw or something? Yeah. Oh my god. So much makeup stuff. Yo, a new toothbrush? What the hell is this for? Oh, there's no space left here. Need to buy a bigger drawer next time. Shit. I can't stack them. Oh my god. How many different shampoos did you get? There's no place for the plant. And there's still another box. Please only be towels. Bath mat. Tissues. Shouldn't they? I feel like they should be in the bedroom or something. Oh wait, I think someone else. Oh, that's what this is. Someone else moved in, I think. Because there's a second nightstand, and there's a blue and a pink one, and that'll probably explain the second toothbrush. How does that not fit in there? In what world? Does it really require that much space? Wait, where did this come from? What the fuck is this? I mean, I guess, yeah, the plant will just sit there, I guess. I don't have any other place for the poor plant. Actually, wait. That works. Put it in the corner. Oh my gigantic lamp. They bought their own plushie. Piggy's got a friend. Oh, and there's a thing for that too? That's nice. Fussy friends. Oh, that's sweet. A trophy of putting the two plushies next to each other. What the hell happened here? Oh, there's two of them now. Okay. Like a dress. Goddamn. I guess. I guess, yeah. The shoes will have to go here. Are the plants supposed to be here too? I don't have room for this, man. What the fuck is that? Another plushie. Anti-hero. Maybe with all the clothes still last. Anti-hero. Another hanger. Another. Actually, put the dress up right now. Oh my god, another dress. Oh well. Oh. Oh my god, so many hangers. What? Why a walkie-talkie? Do we have to place one in each room? Oh, a hanger. Oh, you can only stack 2 of them. What the fuck? That's a fancy looking jacket. The hell is this? Wait, yeah, what if I put the walkie here? And then the other one in here? Slam. The fuck is this? Chocolate? What is that? Alright, worst case scenario, we have to worst case scenario, we have to shove everything under the bed. Pen? Let me put that here. Maybe we combine them? No. So much clothes. Are we sure we have enough hangers for this? Okay, nice. Now I can start hanging up the fucking clothes. Not the computer. There is definitely not enough hangers. Wait, is this not allowed to hang? I don't think so, apparently. This is pants. This is pants too. Pants. This pants? Why is that plant here? No, I have to hang those up. Actually. Can I hang this one instead? Doesn't matter, it's the same thing. Right. We're out of hangers. The hell is this? There's a skirt, I think. Actually, there we go. Oh, the trash can is in the closet now. The closet is packed to the brim. No. Closet is a no. Why did we fit the rest of this shit? Shove it under the bed. The only way. Wait. Oh, these are empty. Oh shit. Game changer. I don't know what this is. Like, put stuff up there? Can I put the shoe up here? Yo, I can. Prime shoe placement. It's decoration. Hey, that's still there. Nice. Yeah, this will have to go under the bed. The closet is packed to the brim. Wait, did I? Oh yeah, move the plants. Oh shit. Gotta move the cutting board. What is this? What? What is this strange contraption? What is this? A fryer? Where did I put the bog? It was here. Sorry, Fiona. Anti-hero bog. Wait. Put behind these. Lemon squeezer. Is this I think it's a magnet. Yeah. Cactus. A poop. What the hell? What the fuck is that? So many flower magnets. Wait, can I put the cutting board in here? Probably can. What the fuck is this? It goes on the fridge apparently. Oh, back there. I don't know what the hell that is. It's shaped like a fish for some reason. There we are. I'm happy with this kitchen. Hey, we actually completed the living room. It's happy with it. I'm actually... This living room looks nice. That is a really nice looking living room. I'm happy with this. Go put this here. Yeah, the bathroom was good too. Oh, God. What is this? Is this supposed to be on the window? Apparently. That too, I guess. Just need to put them further under the bed and we're good. Man, it's decoration. You don't put your shoes next to the window. Does it have to be here? Can I put it in here? I can. I even got a thing for it. Trophy. Why is the walkie wrong? You're wrong. Oh, it's the place here, nice. Very nice. I'm happy about this one though. This looks really good. Hey, give me a quick sec. Yo, what the fuck? I looked over at OBS and you can just see that like shining sparkle thing behind Scooby. Behind him eating popcorn. I was like, yo, what the fuck is that? What's happening? But it's the stars in the game. Oh, you can't see it now because yeah, you can't see it. Oh, there you go. It's that star. Let's continue. So much more cozy now. It feels like home. Love. Oh, we fell in love with someone? Park. 2018. How did you look at the thing again? How did I look at the sticker book? I think it was like this. What, are we almost done, I think? Nope. I'm kind of tired, but I think we were close to the end. See, how many boxes do we have? A lot. It's a lot of boxes. Yo, we even got a kit now. Yeah, there's a lot of boxes and rooms. Holy shit, yeah, there's a lot. Oh, and yeah, oh my god, you got a first floor and a second floor. Yeah, okay. I think I might call it out though, because I'm feeling pretty tired. Feeling pretty tired, drained. So I think we might stop there for now with this. For today. That might be all for today, gentlemen. An extremely short stream. This game is really nice to chill. It's fun. I'm really liking it. It's nice and cozy to play. Just what I was looking for. We'll continue this in the next stream, which maybe is tomorrow. Depends on how I feel. After Monday stream, God, I was fucking beaten. I was destroyed. I was tired the next day. Had no energy today after Monday streams. But if I got some energy tomorrow, then we'll play some more Unpacking tomorrow. If not, then be ready for Friday, the Gong stream, the Game or No Game stream. Be ready for the special Gong stream, the Deal or No Deal like stream that we're gonna do. Be there this Friday.